Good evening. This is a regular meeting of the Brookline Select Board for Tuesday, August 23rd, 2022. The Select Board will be entering into executive session for the purposes of discussing contract negotiations with non-union personnel and litigation strategy if doing so in open session would have a detrimental effect on our negotiating positions, and the chair so declares. The board will reconvene in open session at 6:15 p.m. All those in favor? Bernard? John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
All right, thank you to our colleagues at BIG.
Heather, did you get my eye?
No, but
Okay, that's aye.
okay.
Had to unmute.
All right, I'm just going to give our Brookline Interactive folks an opportunity to leave the meeting.
believe that we have a new library director. Who's making that announcement? Great. Michael Burstein, Chair of the Library Trustees.
Hi, good evening, Chair Hamilton.
Good evening.
And I just want to say, first of all, before we get started, there's a few other trustees, I think, who are attending, who I would like to promote to panelists just so that they can be here and show their faces, as we did, I think, 8 years ago, last time when we were actually in person. Devin, do you have all those names? It's not everybody, I don't think. So John Margolis, Karen Livingston, let's see, who else? Judith Vanderkay. I know if it's possible some other ones. I think Carol Lowy was going to try, and possibly Kristen Hung, but I don't know. So let's see. So excellent. So we have John Margolis, who is vice chair of the trustees, Karen Livingston, Judith Vanderkay. Thank you, Devin. And I see with select board, we have Chair Hamilton, we have Mr. Van Skoyak, we have Mr. Sandman, we have Ms. Ashkenazi. And you said Mr. Green is running a bit late, correct?
He called in. He's the phone
okay. So
operator.
he's by phone. Excellent. So I have all of you, and of course, Mel, who is Mr. Kleckner, who's going to be gone in only 2 weeks. Is that right? That's amazing. All right. Well, it is my privilege to introduce you to our new library director in the town of Brookline, Amanda Hurst, who you can see is here, and I will defer to her in a moment, so you'll be able to talk to her and find out about her. But I'll give you a little introduction, and maybe that will cover almost everything you need to know. I don't know. So we found Amanda this year in our search for a new director. And the trustees found her to be a very excellent candidate for the job. She's already hitting the ground running. I met with her yesterday, and I believe amidst everything else she was doing yesterday, she was talking with our current interim director, who will be leaving at the end of this week. I think Amanda already reached out to Mel in order to start the ball rolling and everything. Amanda started working in her hometown library in Cincinnati, Ohio. And then soon after she moved to Seattle, Washington, that's where she received an MLIS from the University of Washington. She then worked for libraries in the Phoenix area, but then returned to Seattle and began working for the King County Library System in the state of Washington. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the King County Library System, but it's a very large, very involved, very important library system. And her first role in it was as a teen services librarian in the city of Redmond. And actually during her time there, I think she won a community service award for her work with the school community from the Lake Washington PTSA. She was trying to find other ways to have an impact in the library system there. So she was promoted to information services manager. And her last role was librarian services manager at 4 libraries in Bellevue, Washington. So in that role, she managed a team of 12 librarians, and she oversaw the development and implementation of programs and services and outreach, community engagement in the city of Bellevue. She was aligning the King County Library System strategic initiatives with the community needs. She has not been a director of a library per se, but the work she has done has basically been the equivalent, is sort of what I'm trying to get across. Bellevue, where she was doing all this, is the 5th largest city in Washington. It has a population of 145,000. Brookline, compared to Brookline, 60,000. It's a culturally diverse population. About half of the people there identified as non-white. 43% speak a language other than English. So very involved library, very important library. She spent 15 years there. And much to our delight, she moved because her husband got a job. He was offered his dream job at Boston Dynamics. So
recording
Amanda,
in progress.
should I we were not recording before. Do I need to start over? Probably.
No, please don't.
Okay, I won't.
Please go. Please keep going, and
Okay.
maybe allow Amanda to say.
I will defer to her just a moment. But so Amanda has been She and her husband enjoying the area, then getting to the museums, historical sites, doing all the things they do. And just like he got his dream job, Amanda wanted me to tell you that yesterday she got to start her dream job working as the library director in the town of Brookline. So I will defer to Amanda now, let her say what she would like to say and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Michael, for that introduction. I really appreciate it. And I just want to add that these past 2 days, working with the library staff and working with the city departments and getting to know everyone has been really great. Everyone's been very welcoming and very responsive. And I just appreciate the library board of trustees and all the folks in the town departments who have made me feel so welcome here.
Great. We are very glad to have you aboard. Any comments from select board members? John?
A quick one. I was privileged to be invited into the process of interviewing candidates along with several of the trustees, and very impressive field of candidates from which Amanda emerged as a super impressive choice for the library director. And so Amanda, welcome to Brookline. It was a pleasure to get to know you through the interview process. And I know the town is going to benefit from getting to know you and your talents in their visits to our various libraries, central library. I mean the main library and the branch libraries. So welcome to Brookline.
Thank you so much.
Great. Well, thank you so much for making yourself available to our meeting here tonight. And I'm sure that this will be the first of many interactions.
Yes, I hope so. Thank you again.
Of course. Nice to see many of the library trustees.
Thank you for allowing us to introduce Amanda to you. And yes, you will see much of her over the course of the next 20 years, let's say.
We all hope.
Fingers crossed.
Or whatever. Yes.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Take care.
Okay. Mel, I understand you may have an update on the fossil fuel free stuff going on.
Yes, members of the board, you undoubtedly have heard that the legislature passed and the governor has signed a major climate bill. That bill includes a section, and we're going to be calling that section 86. You'll be hearing that term 86. Section 86 is the section that related to the experimentation of fossil fuel free building regulation at the local level. A prior iteration of the legislation listed communities that would be eligible to do that, including Brookline, but the bill that was passed by the governor did not include explicitly. I believe it includes up to 10 communities. We have every reason to believe that Brookline, being the leader, I believe, of this initiative in the municipal community, will be one of those communities, and we're ready to go. Just yesterday, I believe, or a couple days ago, our building commissioner and our director of planning wrote to the Department of Environmental Affairs, or the Department of Energy Resources, I should say, wanting to get going and figure out how to participate. I will tell you that I'm worried that the DOER, which is the state agencies that's been assigned to promulgate regulations around this, will take some time. And I think that's going to be our goal, is to try to minimize that time, perhaps allow communities to move forward as they're ready. But I just want you to be aware that I don't suspect this is going to happen very quickly.
Am I right in thinking that there was a provision that this is available to communities that are at their 10% affordable housing?
There were a number of, I believe so, and there are going to be some preliminary regulations and some education, so we'll learn more about that. But as far as I know, Brookline meets all of the standards that I've heard that are affiliated with this legislation.
Excellent. Well, do keep us updated, at least for the next 2 or 3 weeks, Mel.
Great, thank you.
Great. I have one quick announcement that Kara Bruton helped me prepare, which is that I would like to share with the board that last week I signed a technical assistance grant application from the Planning Department to the Massachusetts Housing Partnership related to the MBTA community's multifamily zoning requirement. This requirement is now being referred to by state agencies as 3A, which requires us by the end of 2023 to adopt as of right multifamily zoning, meaning no special permit required. If we're accepted, Brookline would be collaborating with state agencies this fall as they develop a compliance model for communities to test various zoning proposals. This model will take detailed zoning requirements such as parking, setbacks, and minimum lot size into account and estimate whether their multifamily district zoning would theoretically allow the minimum number of multifamily units, in our case, 6,990. The state released their final guidelines on August 10th. For Brookline, the only significant pieces that changed since Planning Director Kara Bruton made a presentation to us this past April are that the minimum land area for such zoning districts was reduced from 50 acres to 41 acres. Clarification that we can meet this requirement through a series of separate districts, and that we cannot require any commercial use component in these districts. More information is available on our webpage at brooklinema.gov/2040 or 2044, excuse me. Any other announcements? John.
Thank you very much. So 3 announcements, but I'll try to make them as quickly as possible, and I'm going to refer to notes. So to see me looking aside, that's the reason. Some commendations, if you will, to be issued to our firefighters and our police for a couple of occasions that required their performance, at the top of their profession in the past week. One was an unfortunate accident that occurred with a motor vehicle on Hammond Street, driver in cardiac arrest. In this case, the driver was actually being protected by his dog. So you can imagine, the difficulties that posed for people responding and wanting to urgently provide assistance to this driver in cardiac arrest. But the responding police and firefighters, and this includes at least one ambulance, worked their way through that challenge, revived the person who was in cardiac arrest, and transported that person to get care, and also managed to take care of the dog and to deliver the dog to the owner's family. So good work there. Second example of good work was an occasion that involved the Brookline Veterans Department that was conducting an interview with someone who unfortunately was suffering some trauma, and one thing led to another, and it required the intervention of Officer Carrie Keaveney, who was there, in anticipation that there might be some special assistance required with this particular circumstance. And she later was given a very appropriate thanks and commendation from Bill McGroarty, our head of Veterans Affairs, for the invaluable assistance that she offered to both provide the right kind of care to the individual involved, and also to protect the safety of people who were present for the interview. So again, 2 very good examples of work by police and fire in Brookline. The third announcement is simply to draw people's attention to the fact that there is going to be a League of Women Voters presentation on Friday. That's Friday, August 26th. It's at 10. It's going to be, via Zoom for those who want to be part of it. It's sort of a everything you need to know about the upcoming Massachusetts state primary with our town clerk, Ben Kaufman. And if you just Google search Brookline League of Women Voters, you will see the information you need for finding out how to join that session, Friday, October 26th at 10 a.m.
Any other announcements? I will put in a plug for Brookline Day. Mike Salmon?
Thanks, Heather. Yes, the select board has been working on scheduling a workshop for itself and our outgoing town administrator and our incoming town administrator. And we have worked on an agreement with Jeff Nutting, who was our stand-in town clerk for about a year, to be the facilitator for that. And I'll be going over the plan with Jeff, but we are set for September 8th. That will be a meeting that will be on Zoom. It'll be a public meeting if anybody wants to stay on for the 6 hours for which it's scheduled. And something that I've been looking forward to for a long time, which is a prioritization, a sort of a thinking process to look at priorities for the town and consider how those priorities should play out in the budget and in goals for town departments. So that's something that the public is welcome to watch. We obviously won't be taking public comment in that, but it's pretty well set now that it's going to be September 8th. Thank you.
Mike, I didn't think that we were going to televise this.
Perhaps that's one way or another. It needs to be available to I think that it can be just on audio if you feel like that's a better way of doing it. But
so
we'll have to work that out.
before we promise anything, let's make sure that we check with Devin, because we were following what the school committee does for their workshop.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate the correction.
Any other comments? Let's go into the miscellaneous agenda. No, public comment. Gosh.
Public comment.
Sean? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and this is something we do every week. Thank you to the public who are here and perhaps wish to join us for public comment. A couple of rules to share. Each person speaking tonight limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and to respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. And if you have more to say later, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. And turning it over to Devin.
At this time, there are 24 attendees. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
All right, then. Heather, back to you, I guess.
Thank you. Everybody must be on vacation still.
I think so.
So we've got a very long miscellaneous calendar. And I have agreed, a select board member reached out to me and wants us to take up 9K, about cybersecurity initiatives separately. So I will be skipping over 9K, and that will not be included in the consent miscellaneous agenda. So I will begin. Announcement pertaining to review of the board's executive session meeting minutes from January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021 for purpose of disclosure. Town council is designated by the select board to review the minutes of the board's meetings in executive session periodically for the purpose of determining whether the minutes may be released or should remain confidential, because publication would defeat the lawful purposes of the executive session. Under the open meeting law, the determination must be announced at the select board's next meeting and included in the minutes of the meeting. Town council has reviewed the minutes of the board's meetings in executive session pertaining to the following dates and have determined as follows. 1/5/21, withhold. 1/12/21, withhold. 1/19/21, withhold. 2/23/21, release. 4/27/21, withhold. 5/19/21, withhold. 5/25/21, redact paragraphs 2 through 3, release with redactions. With 6/1/21, withhold pages 1, 3, and 4, release page 2. 6/10/21, withhold page 1, release portion of page 2. 6/15/21, withhold. 6/22/21, withhold. 6/29/21, withhold. 7/6/21, withhold pages 1 through 3, release page 4. 7/13/21, withhold. 7/16/21, withhold. 7/23/21, withhold. 7/27/21, withhold. 8/3/21, withhold page 1, release page 2. 8/27/21, withhold. 8/31/22, withhold pages 2 through 4, release page 1. 9/14/21, withhold. 9/21/21, withhold. 10/12/21, release. 10/25/21, withhold. 10/26/21, release. November 21, no executive sessions. December 2021, no executive sessions. Approving the meeting minutes from August 9th, 2022. Approving the authorization to hire request for 1 firefighter. Approving the authorization to hire request for a long-term planner in the Economic Development Division of the Planning and Community Development Department. Approving the authorization to hire request for a senior public health inspector in the Environmental Division of the Department of Public Health and Human Services. Approving the authorization to hire request for a pipe layer in the Water and Sewer Division of the Department of Public Works. Approving the authorization to hire request for a substance use counselor in the Department of Public Health and Human Services. Approving the following appropriation transfer within the Human Resources Department budget. $6,310 from professional technical to software. Authorizing DPW Commissioner Aaron Galantine to sign and execute a lead service line inventory loan agreement with the Department of Environmental Protection. Authorizing the Commissioner of Public Works, Aaron Galantine, to execute an agreement with HelpSee to facilitate a textile recycling program for Brookline residents. Approving a temporary wine and malt beverages non-sales license to the Lars Anderson Auto Museum for a wedding to be held on September 10th, 2022 from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. at 15 Newton Street. 200 people are expected to attend. Approving a temporary wine and malt beverage non-sales license to the Lars Anderson Auto Museum for a wedding to be held on September 3rd, 2022 from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. at 15 Newton Street. 120 people are expected to attend. Approving a temporary all alcohol beverages non-sales license to the Hellenic Association of Boston, aka Annunciation Greek Orthodox Cathedral of New England for Cathedral Festival 2022 to be held on September 9th, 2022 from 4 p.m. to 11 p.m., September 10th, 2022 from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., and September 11th, 2022 from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. at 162 Goddard Ave. 1,500 people are expected to attend. All those in favor of that consent agenda, please say aye. Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam.
Very impressive, Heather. Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. So we will take, is it 9K?
K, yes. Mhm.
Yes, up now before moving on to the regular agenda.
Shall I say a word or two about why I wanted this to just have its own time?
Sure.
Well, first of all, let me just specify for folks what it is defined as. This is question of accepting a grant from the Mayor of Boston's Office of Emergency Management in the amount of $125,000 to fund the cybersecurity initiative's goal area that supports the police department's acquisition of PSNet network monitoring services to strengthen regional cybersecurity infrastructure. So that's a mouthful. Not quite as long as what Heather just had to read, but it's a mouthful. And I know this much. When I first read this description, couple of things occurred to me. I really don't know as much as I would like to know about what's called the cybersecurity initiative's goal area. And I don't know as much as I'd like to know about the PSNet network monitoring services. And I don't know as much as I'd like to know about cybersecurity infrastructure. What I do know is that Brookline has a surveillance technology and military type equipment study committee for the express purpose of keeping an eye on involvements such as this that might raise questions about a whole host of things, about protecting ourselves from attacks, cyber attacks, but also about, protecting civil liberties. And I just want to note that because I alerted a couple of folks to this, I know in particular, Scott Inanion is a participant in the meeting tonight. I don't know if he wants to say anything. He's on that committee, the Surveillance Technology and Military Type Equipment Study Committee. And our colleague, Bernard Green, is very much on that committee. I think maybe chairs it. So I leave it to them to let us know what we need to know about this before we vote to approve it.
Well, why don't we hear from our own staff first?
Sure.
So I would like Scott Wilder to describe, and then if Bernard would like to say a few words.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, there's a lot there. Basically, PSNet was stood up in the air right around 2007. So it's not a new connection or connection. Basically, PSNet is a network that connects the 9 cities and towns, both on our public safety agency side and on the municipal and city side. So what PSNet does is it allows police and fire, EMS, when you log into the dispatch radio consoles, that has to go through a network connection to get to the Motorola core, as they call it. So it's for those radio consoles. It's for our CGIS applications, the criminal history system boards, that connects to the state. So when we run our various license plates, wanted, the various stuff that we do all the time, any type of information that has to be put in firearms licensing, et cetera, all that runs over this, basically what we call PSNet. There is, it also connects the emergency operations centers. It connects the, like I said, the region itself for various applications that, pretty much need to connect from one place to another. It doesn't really, the users don't know how they're getting from point A to point B. So PSNet is basically just that interconnecting block that was built out with federal funds. So there's no, there's no vendor-owned piece of PSNet. It's city and town fiber as well as microwave connections for redundancy. And so the cybersecurity application we're talking about basically protects the PSNet area, those links that connect the 9 cities and towns together. It was put in place, this cybersecurity piece was put in place last year. It's, again, this 125 is for all 9 cities and towns. Last year, Quincy got the award letter. It seems that Boston is giving people taking turns for some reason on cybersecurity, giving award letters out for the region. But that's pretty much what PSNet is and what the cybersecurity piece is going to be used for.
So is this being used to capture anyone's image?
No,
Is this being used to capture anyone's personal identifiable information?
negative. No.
So John, do you have like a specific concern?
Well, no, you touched on two of them. I think those are the kinds of questions that, people might just want to be satisfied on. And I have, I have not heard anyone, who's looked into this, say otherwise. So, it's good to know those two things, but I think that's reason enough to, just want to hear a little bit more detail when we have the occasion of some sort of additional build out or support of this system involving a grant monies. These things don't flow through the budgetary process. So unless we have a little discussion like this, we might not get a review of exactly what are the implications of this. I'm glad we got that tonight.
Bernard, did you want to say something?
Yeah, let me say a couple things. First of all, the questions you ask are the important questions. And hold on. This is part of an extensive infrastructure in the town designed to provide security in various ways. And we really can't walk back from that reality. But, the thing that the committee is doing is identifying, the surveillance committee is doing is identifying those risks with respect to privacy and security that these infrastructure components present. And the way the committee views privacy is as something that is intimately connected with security. You can't have security without addressing issues of privacy. So I have not, I'm away out of the country right now, but the committee has not, looked at this particular application in any depth, but we probably will take it up to their next meeting. And, the committee does have incredible expertise to actually identify issues that need to be understood and in some cases addressed to protect privacy and security concerns. Scott Inanion is one of those experts. I don't know if he wants to say anything, but he's not the only expert on the committee. Scott Wilder is also a staff member of the committee and is extremely helpful in our deliberations.
Excellent. So it does seem like Scott is part of this committee that has been reviewing these types of concerns. So it's not as siloed as I think we might have originally feared. Thank you for serving on that, Scott Wilder.
No, thank you.
Has Scott Inanion raised his hand?
Yes.
Devin, if you want to promote him, let's hear from Scott.
Thank you. Can you see and hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be very brief. I'll thank the chair for recognizing me briefly and thank John and Bernard for their work on the select board. I'll basically just concur with what Bernard has said. Scott Wilder routinely attends meetings of the surveillance committee. We're working on an ongoing charge for that committee, and I think we hope that that ongoing charge or for that committee or a committee to come after with the same responsibilities would include a sort of routine oversight of grants like this. I don't see anything objectionable here. The public safety network is sort of separate from the networks that do most of our town stuff. But I do appreciate the opportunity to have a look at it and be consulted as part of that process. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm still comfortable voting on this. How do other people feel? Okay. So I will move approval. Let me get back to the actual language.
For your safety, please familiarize yourself with emergency features.
I will move accepting a grant from the Mayor of Boston's Office of Emergency Management in the amount of $125,000 to fund the cybersecurity initiative's goal area that supports the police department's acquisition of PSNet network monitoring services to strengthen regional cybersecurity infrastructure. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye, and let me just add that Boston is really just a pass-through entity for this federal grant.
If you can mute yourself. Thank you. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay, so thank you very much. We will move into our regular calendar. The next item on our agenda is the town administrator contract. So many of you know we have been searching for a new town administrator because Mel Kleckner will be leaving us come September 15th. We took a vote on August 9th to offer the position to Charles Carey. And I've been working with town council, Joe Callanan, and our consultant, Bernie Lynch, to hammer out the details of a contract. That contract was discussed in an executive session this evening with the rest of the select board. So we now are faced with moving to adopt the contract. Any comments before I move that? I do believe that it is now a publicly available document, or it will be as soon as we adopt it here this evening. Okay. Seeing none. John?
Quick comment, sorry. I note Charles Carey is here, and I just want to welcome him and say that it's been a pleasure to go through this process, and it's a pleasure to be here tonight voting on the conclusion of the process.
Well, let's take a vote first, right?
Yeah. Good idea.
Yeah. Okay, so town council, I said, has reviewed the contract and has given it his okay. So if all of the members are comfortable with the provisions that are in the contract, it more or less follows what the MMA puts out, and also the current contract that we have with Mel Kleckner, our current town administrator, with a few variations. All those in favor of adopting the 3-year contract with Charles Carey to be our next town administrator, please say aye. Bernard?
Michael Sandman seems to be trying to say something. I'm not sure.
I think he's telling his grandson to be quiet.
Yeah.
It happened. Okay.
Yeah, Heather, my vote is aye.
Thank you. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Very enthusiastically, aye.
Mike?
Aye. Equally enthusiastically, and thank you, grandson.
And the chair votes aye. Okay. Welcome aboard, Charles Carey. Would you at this time like to make a few words? I'll see if oh yes, let's see. Yes, he raises his hand. So Devin, if you can please promote him. Oh no, we don't have audio.
Oh no,
Hold on.
we do.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh yes. Okay, great.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. Yes, thank you, Chair and members of the Select Board, for this honor and this opportunity. I'm really looking forward to working together with the town's amazing staff
and everyone in the community to help bring your vision, the select board's vision of a better Brookline to life. So to the selection committee who put my name forward, the many people in town to whom I've already had the privilege of speaking with, and to all of you whom I haven't had the chance to meet yet, thank you. Thank you for making me a part of your town. I hope to face our many opportunities and our many challenges together, and I want to do you proud. So please be in touch. And I think that's it. Let's get to work together. Thank you all.
Great.
Great. Okay. So next on the agenda is the acting police chief appointment. So let me just try to switch gears now from excitement to pragmatic. Many people are aware that our current town police chief is on paid administrative leave, which means that we need to settle the issue of who is going to be serving as the acting chief while this investigation is ongoing. The board did meet in executive session. We discussed our options. I am putting forward a name, which is Deputy Superintendent Jen Pastor as the acting chief. Any comments before I call the roll? Seeing, John, did you want to make a comment?
Well, yeah, you know, I just want to say, I don't want anyone to interpret our silence as, you know, or misinterpret our silence. Much of what had to be discussed, as our chair just said, has been discussed in executive session. And I think we'll see as a result of this vote that, you know, there is confidence that that we have a good choice in front of us to be the acting chief during difficult circumstances. And that's pretty much all we can say, any of us can say about it right now.
Yes, there is an investigation. We cannot say much at this time. All those in favor of making Deputy Superintendent Jen Pastor the acting chief during this interim period, please say aye. Bernard.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay. Wow, we are moving right along. The change of operational hours request for NETA. I know we talked about this a couple weeks ago, and we were waiting for a report back from the Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee. Mike, do you want to summarize what happened at that meeting and what some of the stipulations are?
Yes, thank you, Heather. The Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee met. We had a conversation with representatives from NETA. I believe there are representatives here this evening, and we agreed that we would recommend, or the committee would recommend, extension of hours as requested by NETA, subject to some conditions to be worked out with the neighbors, and a whole set of conditions. 5 of them have been worked out. They are, Heather, do you want me to go through those, or?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm going to need to find them. Just
maybe Jen DePazzo Gilbert has them at the top of her head. I'm seeing a nod.
I do, yes. I'm happy to go over the conditions that were put forth by the committee and Mr. Sandman. Number 1, there was a concern about moving of garbage containers, fencing, and other noisy closing, we're calling them closing activities. And NETA agreed that there will be a policy distributed to all employees and that no trash or any closing activities will happen either before 8 a.m. or after 9 p.m. This does exceed the current license requirement, which does allow this activity to be done within 60 minutes after closing. But we will agree to this as a condition. And NETA has distributed this policy already and will also post it and strictly enforce it. So that's the first one. The second one is that Meta will take reasonable action to encourage customers, particularly those who are driving, to minimize noise, light, any disturbance after 8 p.m. and be considerate of neighbors during that last hour of sales. Just to note that the store is open until 9 now for medical, and this will allow adult use customers to come in from 8 to 9 as well. And Meta will post signs regarding noise. One sign at the exit reminding customers as well as patients to be mindful of noise as they leave. There'll be another sign at the employee exit reminding staff of the policy. There'll also be a security staff person stationed outside the building to monitor and remind people of noise levels. And in addition, Meta has a good neighbor policy that is posted on the website. So that was the second one. The third one is that after 8 p.m., any customers waiting outside would be encouraged to queue inside the building rather than waiting outside. We certainly can agree to that. We do not anticipate any lines after 8 p.m. However, if there are any folks waiting outside, they will be asked to queue inside, and there is an area for that. That's the third one. The fourth one was having a police officer present for closing and perhaps a few minutes afterwards. And we agreed to a condition that the police officer that we have now on detail will stay until closing and all customers have left. And the last one was when we come up for the annual license renewal, and we're putting together that application, is to provide data as to the number of additional adult use customers that come to the store as a result of this 1 hour extension. And Netta will agree to provide that data to the town with its license application in December. And so those are the 5 conditions.
So the CMAC voted 4-1 in favor of extending hours as requested by NETA, subject to these conditions that prospectively would be worked out, and these conditions are satisfactory to the members and I believe to the neighborhood. So I want to say thank you to the members of CMAC for working on this, and to NETA for working with them.
Yes, thank you so much. This really saved a lot of time for the board to go back and forth. And it makes me feel a lot more confident voting on this, knowing that the neighbors were consulted. Any other comments before I move for this adoption? This is no longer a public hearing, correct? We've held the public hearing. Okay. So seeing none, I will move adoption of the change in operational hours for adult use cannabis at NETA. Current operating hours are from Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., Sundays, 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. So the new hours are proposed as follows: Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., and Sundays, 12 p.m. to 7 p.m. And again, their license renewal will be up this December. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye, and I also just want to put a shout out thank you to both NETA and the community for really coming together and solving this in a way that works for everybody.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Thank you. Thank you to the committee, and thank you to the neighbors. Thank you very much.
Moving along, lodging house agent. I understand that there is a proposed new agent, Lincoln Ned, for 5157 Beale Street. Do we have him available?
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry.
Don't
Hi,
worry.
I'm sorry. I definitely did my best to try to make it. I'm with a family. Football just started, so I had to duck into like a building to join you guys. So I'm sorry if I don't look too presentable. I'm just here with the kids outside. So I
No
apologize.
worries. Hopefully this won't take more than 10 minutes. So
Okay.
do you want to just introduce yourself to the board and the public and give us like a little background about the property that you'll be managing?
Yes, well, my name is Lincoln Ned. I went to Natick High School. I was a medical student. I went to Hampton University as is
We can still hear you.
oh, okay. I
Yep.
didn't know what was going on. I went to Hampton University in Hampton, Virginia. It's a HBCU. And currently I have a 12-year-old who goes to Brookline by coincidence. And the property is with Pine Street Inn, where we focus on helping people get on their feet and maintain housing with, you know, the desire to do much better in the future. It's like a stepping stone sort of thing. I honestly don't know much more about the property and the history of it, but I do know it's on Bill Street, and I definitely know the history of Bill Street because growing up, we all know where JFK was raised, and I'm just very excited. I can't wait to meet everyone in person, and I hope that I do get that opportunity.
Excellent. How are you at conflict resolution?
Oh, I think I'm very well with it. I currently am a on-site coordinator out in Everett with the Monroe Staffing Company. We have a staff of about 200 people, and it's pretty much a conflict every day where there needs to be nothing but resolve. So I don't think that this location there'd be many issues other than maybe some, you know, maybe a tenant with music a little too loud, or you know, two grown adults needing someone to step in to say, you know, keep it calm.
Okay. Miriam.
Lincoln, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I'm going to say a few things. The first is I am an annual donor to the Pine Street Inn. It is on my list. It's really an excellent organization. When I worked at Boston Medical Center, we worked a lot with the Pine Street Inn, and we need those kind of spaces for the unhoused to get them back on their feet. So it's really important. I appreciate the work. The second is a tiny piece of advice for you, which is proactive outreach to the neighbors will go a long way and save you a lot of headaches. So really making yourself available, making sure the neighbors know that you're the person or whoever it is they need to contact when there are issues, I think will really help you. And that's it really, except to say, if you don't donate to the Pine Street Inn, please put it on your annual donation list. It's a great organization.
Definitely. I was told to go introduce myself to, I believe, Beth.
Yeah, it'll help you out a lot. I absolutely think you should do that.
Okay, thank you. I will introduce myself to the neighborhood for sure.
Great. Mike.
Yes, I've actually, I was for about 7 or 8 years a neighbor of the Pine Street Inn, right next door, a facility at 1754 Beacon Street that they ran, and they are an extraordinarily capable organization, and I'm sure that you're going to be just fine, Lincoln, and it's
Thank
great
you.
to welcome you. And that's always good to see the Pine Street Inn active in these kinds of things.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Excellent. Any questions or concerns before I move the voted language? Seeing none, I'm anxious to get a property manager at one of our lodging houses. That usually helps us. So I will move the language. That is, I move approval of Lincoln Ned as the lodging house agent for 5157 Beals Street. All
Thank
those
you.
in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Welcome aboard.
Thank you guys. I feel great right now. I appreciate you.
Of course. Do reach out to us if you encounter any trouble.
For sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And I may exit the call. Is that okay to run back out?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you so
Okay. So the next item on our, we've got interviews. Solid Waste Advisory Committee. I believe we are interviewing Robin.
Yes, hi.
Hello. Excellent. If you're comfortable, you can share your screen. If not, that's totally fine. We can hear you just fine. And just if you want to give a few words about who you are, why you're interested in this, then we can ask you a couple questions. You'll have to unmute. Yes.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Thank you for having me. It's such an honor. So let me start by saying I've been interested in all matters concerning recycling and composting since elementary school. I attended the John D. Runkle School and served as a member of my school's green team. This was a group of students and a faculty advisor who advocated to the leadership at Runkle School for increased recycling receptacles as well as composting receptacles within the cafeteria. However, despite our efforts, our vision was never fully realized by the administrators at Runkle School. And to my knowledge, to this day, composting and recycling receptacles are still not present in the cafeteria of Runkle School. However, at Brookline High School, where I studied in the past year as a freshman, I noticed that in the cafeteria, there were 2 sets of 3 different receptacles, one for trash, one for recycling, and one for composting within the cafeteria. And beside each of these receptacles were a team of dedicated volunteers who served to educate students, my apologies, about which materials go in which receptacle. These dedicated volunteers, one of whom was Dean Cody, who is currently a member of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. Seeing how successful these efforts were in Brookline High School, I realized that these efforts can be successful in elementary schools as well, contrary to what I'd previously believed given my experience at Runkle. Now, when I first heard about the Solid Waste Advisory Committee and its mission, which is to promote recycling and composting efforts both in schools in Brookline and throughout the town of Brookline, I was extremely interested because of the work that they do in schools. I realized that the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, which advises the Select Board about matters concerning recycling and composting, I realized that they, in their work, would be key to getting recycling and composting receptacles in not only the high school, but also in all of the K-8 schools throughout Brookline, which is something that I had never seen in my kindergarten through 8th grade year. And that's why I'd like to be a member of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee to help get both recycling receptacles and composting receptacles in all of our elementary schools throughout Brookline.
Excellent. Any questions? Miriam.
So first, I'll say, Ravine, I really appreciate you applying for this committee. I'm a huge fan of student engagement in town committees and politics and government. And I believe you are in my son's class. You're in 2025. He's going to be a sophomore this year also. My son is Altamo. He runs cross country. He'd be really pissed off at me right now for saying that out loud. Anyways, so my question for you is, you have a very focused desire for what you want to accomplish, but I think that is great. But I'd love to hear two sentences on what your broader hope is, because that's, yes, you want to do this one thing, but then once this one thing is done, it's good to have both a forest and a trees perspective. So I just want to know what that would be for you.
Of course. So in addition to working in schools more broadly, as I've seen when I've contacted both Shema Medhat and Katie Weatherseed, both of whom deal with recycling and composting, I've seen that composting especially, it's a town-wide issue. And a company called Black Earth Composting, they're very active within this town. They have over 1,700 or perhaps 1,800 families subscribed to them.
One of which is mine.
And unfortunately, my apartment complex hasn't yet, but that's something that I'd love to work on. But I've seen how prevalent this issue is throughout the town. And I know that given both my own recycling or composting or trash efforts within my apartment building, as well as the efforts that I've seen around my area, I realized that that's also something that I'd like to do, not just working in schools, but also just around the town in general, particularly with getting composting receptacles to be more accessible to them and getting them around the town. Because I've seen just how affecting that issue can be when I've taken walks around the town or when I've even just looked inside my own apartment complex.
Great, thank you very much.
One of the biggest surprises to me in the time that I've been on the board is finding out how many or how few, depending on your outlook, of apartment buildings use our public trash pickup. A lot of them actually go with private contractors, and there is an argument to be made that because they're going with a private vendor, they are not keeping on top of it, and it may be leading to a certain RATS issue. So something to keep in mind that there are lots of trees in this forest.
Very true. Very well said.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your interest. I believe there is a vacancy, so we are motivated to make an appointment.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next interview that we have scheduled here is for Scott Inanion, who is interested in a vacancy that has just become available on the Police Commissioner's Advisory Committee.
Thank you. I was just switching over, but I'm assuming you called on me.
Yes, we did.
Okay, thank you. I'm Scott Inanion. I'm a town meeting member for a number of years now from Precinct 10. And briefly, the General Order 34.2, which provided for periodic review of the complaint, suggests that folks with experience with the issues raised by civilian complaints against police officers be appointed. So I believe I've got some experience both as a civil liberties advocate and as a technology expert that I could lend to the committee, which is why I'm applying. So first on the civil liberties aspect, I've got a lot of knowledge of the benefits and disadvantages of surveillance technologies. Maybe I should put the emphasis on the other side, depending on where you think I'm coming from. But I've been a member of the surveillance, I'll call it the Surveillance Oversight Committee since its founding in 2019. And there are a lot of technologies like ALPR, cruiser cameras, body cameras, SIMS cameras, which are often pressed into service for evidence in these cases as you're trying to establish the truth of a complicated issue. And I believe I've got some expertise on the workings and the limitations of those technologies that I can provide. In addition, as a professional, I've worked on large volunteer projects for basically my entire career, currently Wikipedia, and I'm very familiar with the way that processes influence results. The PCAC report noted in particular that they were evaluating the 4 reports which had been received by the committee, but didn't really have a good sense for whether those 4 were representative of the total world of complaints that might be made, or if there were limitations on the way that we were reaching out for complaints or guiding people into the complaints process that were sort of filtering stuff out before the CPAC or the PCAC saw it. And so that's another area which I feel I've got some professional expertise that I could bring to bear. So as to not waste y'all's time, I can certainly answer questions as well, but that's basically the 2 areas that I feel like I could offer some contribute to this committee. Thanks.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions for Scott? If not, I have a question. Is there some, have you been paying attention to the work of the PCAC committee? I kind of assume that you have. And is there anything that they haven't taken up yet that you hope they will?
Sure, I can deal with that briefly. So I think the report which you're to vote on tonight is very sound. The policy and procedure changes they advocate, I think, are very much needed. The small tweak I would add is that there isn't a lot of follow-up in the report as you see it about policy or procedure changes that might be preventative in nature. So when a complaint is dismissed or or mediated or otherwise withdrawn, I think you can take the step further and ask, was there, even if we weren't at fault per se in this scenario, were there steps we could have taken to keep it from getting to this point in the first? And so it's a small tweak, but I'd love to see that extension as the complaints are reviewed. Are there proactive steps we could take to prevent us from getting to this point next time?
Bernard, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. And can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry. Scott, first of all, I think your tweak is very important. I think to some degree we're doing that with the police complaint and commendation app that Ron Wilkinson devised. But, to the extent we can do a better job on that, that's great. First of all, I'd like to say that based on my working with you on the surveillance committee and in other contexts, I have a high regard for your level-headedness, your hard work, and your willingness to work with people with positions other than yours, such as me. But my question has to do with how do you see your, I guess, what am I trying to say here? How do you see your ability to accomplish the goals of the PCAC, including addressing issues of morale in the police department and support for the various community policing initiatives of the department? And you know what they are, and they're quite a few. But give me a sense of how you would contribute to those types of goals of the PCAC.
Well, I mean, briefly, I would say I think transparency is a great cure here. I think one of the factors that contributes to loss of trust on both sides is feeling on one side that people are out to get them, and on the other side that someone is hiding something, right? And I feel like in particular our work in the surveillance committee, meeting monthly with representatives from the police department, we were talking to Scott Wilder earlier, I think really does help us see eye to eye. And so that's my to some degree I am seen as a civil liberties advocate, although certainly not as far on the extreme as some others. But I think if people feel like they can have tough questions asked and answered, I think that improves the confidence of the community and the work of the department. So I view that as contributing to that goal.
Mike Salmon?
I want to second what Bernard said about the experiences I've had seeing Scott on committees, work on committees, and I also say that there's nothing whatsoever wrong with being known as a civil liberties and civil rights advocate, and I think that that's a very appropriate perspective to bring to that committee.
Any other questions before we move on? Miriam.
I'll just say that I agree. I've worked with Scott. I think he's a really important addition to this committee, frankly, because he brings a completely unique perspective and lens. And it's those kinds of diverse opinions on these committees that make them work so well.
Well, we won't be making a decision here tonight, but it's looking pretty good for you, Scott. So we'll be in touch.
Thank you, Heather. And thank you all for the kind words.
Okay. Okay, moving on. Sidewalk obstruction regulations. Erin Galantine, our DPW commissioner, sent me her presentation ahead of time, and it is going to be under 7 minutes.
It is. Good evening, everyone. Erin Chief Galantine, Commissioner of Public Works. Nice to see you. I will go ahead and share my screen, and you can just confirm with me that you can see this.
Yes, we
okay,
can.
Full screen. Okay, terrific. So as you may, this evening, what I'm going to present are regulations as it pertains to sidewalk obstructions. And as you may recollect, last May, town meeting voted to approve modifications to bylaw 7.5.11 related to sidewalk obstructions. And sidewalk obstructions are sort of very specifically items that block or inhibit free and clear passage. And the problem, what we found is that we're getting a lot of complaints around overgrown foliage. And this was brought to my attention by the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, by the Disability Commission, and they really wanted to work on modifying the bylaw so that we had equitable access through our public way for all of our residents and visitors. We found that this problem was pervasive across the town. It did deny pedestrian full use of our sidewalks, also could pose a tripping hazard to those with sight impediments, and had a major impact on those using any sort of assisted devices regarding mobility, and often forced our vulnerable population into the street. So you heard this last year, town meeting supported the modifications. The select board did, also advisory. And just wanted to show you a few of the images so that we can kind of recollect why we did go to make these changes. It is really important that we do keep our sidewalks free and clear. And I'll talk a little bit about what that means in terms of ADA versus PROAG, but you know, when we do have these impediments, it is impossible for people to access the full sidewalk. And these sidewalks can be reclaimed. We've instituted a process. We've made a lot of headway. Oftentimes residents just don't know. So we've been trying to put education out there, and we do have notices that we've shared, and also letters that we send to any residences in violation. So quick reminder, the bylaw itself, we updated the language so that we'd include vegetation. We replaced police officer in terms of the entity allowed for enforcement to authorized agent of the town, so that Public Works could play a strong leadership role here. Established a longer compliance period for vegetative obstructions. For non-vegetative obstructions, it allows 1 hour for compliance. Often with vegetation, it takes some time to either do the work yourself or reach out to a contractor for assistance. We have separate penalties. These were voted on by town meeting. We define what constitutes an offense, and it authorizes DPW to promulgate regulations. So last year, and when we were talking through this bylaw change with the various groups and with advisory, we shared draft regulations at the time. The intent was to provide some clarity. And I shared with the board, I think is a very sort of succinct 2-page regulations, and it breaks down to provide the following. 1, standards for clear sidewalk passage. And just want to mention that the town follows PROAG. This is the public right-of-way accessibility guidelines, which maintain clear 48 inches width and 80 inches of height. ADA would be 36 inches, but our we follow PROAG wherever we can. It defines vegetative obstruction, so there's some clarity there in terms of what that means and what constitutes a violation, and it outlines our notification process. We have a town employee that will confirm the violation with an on-site inspection. We have a warning notice, and this depends whether it's vegetative or non-vegetative. We're enforcing both in the public way, and vegetative allows 21 days for compliance. And then if there is no compliance, they receive a second notice and a fine, and that 21 days then continues. They have time to come into compliance, and then the fine increases to $200 that third notice, $300 for the fourth notice, and then that is the cap. From there, we would see $300 fines. We have generally found that with a second notice that we're seeing compliance with residences. We have a door hanger that we use that actually we write in what the actual problem is, provide our contact information. Our staff has a conversation in most of the cases with the homeowner, and following that is a certified letter if we don't see compliance. And just want to note exclusions, because there are other barriers in the public way. We talked a lot about this last year. So overgrowth between private properties is not part of this bylaw, and we are not regulating existing town infrastructure within the public right of way. This may be utility poles or other items, which mean we're not meeting the PROAG guidelines. Those are excluded. Existing street trees that are protected under Mass General Law, Chapter 87, those are regulated separately and outside of this bylaw, although we definitely try to address sidewalk problems and any heaving with various types of treatment to amend the sidewalk in that area. And vegetation interfering with power lines, we want that to be addressed by Eversource directly. So with that, I was asked to be quick. I have a proposed motion, and you may have some questions, but I'm just going to read this and then I'll take this down so that I can answer any questions that you have. Looking to approve and adopt the sidewalk obstruction regulations as presented here tonight and in accordance with the amended town bylaw 7.5.11. And as I stop sharing, I would just like to recognize David Trevette from the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, Sarah Kaplan, staff for the Disability Commission, and also Abby Swain, who really worked tirelessly on the bylaw with the regulations. Pedestrian Advisory reviewed the regulations again earlier this week. And I shamelessly used their photos, etc. So they've been great partners and very wonderful advocates for this change.
Great. Thank you so much, Erin. Miriam.
Thank you, Erin. That was great. Very concise and clear. I appreciate that. Yay to Jim for having, I saw the back of his head in one of those pictures. My question is, I think if we assume that most people just don't understand how their overgrown vegetation is impacting the walkway, is there going to be some sort of campaign to kind of educate people as we roll this out?
Absolutely. So, and also the first thing is a warning. The first thing is like, hey, there's a problem here. Here's the town's regulations. This is why it's important. But yes, we have in the past, and we're talking about some type of press release now that we'll have the regulations so that we can communicate with the public. The Commission for Disability staff, Sarah, also put together, I think, a nice sort of infographic piece that helps people understand why it's important. So we'll push that out so it can get greater visibility. And I also think that the one-on-one interaction provides residents an opportunity to learn, and there's no fine associated with that first step.
Great, thank you.
John.
Thank you. Aaron, thank you so much for the presentation. And thank you to the citizen members of the committee that push this forward through town meeting and continue to sort of work to get it to where it is. Just a question for clarification's sake. Does the town indeed have the authority to, in the extreme case, if someone just doesn't shape up, to essentially just go ahead and do the trimming work, because these are intruding in sort of airspace that belongs to the town?
So we have not had that situation arise as of yet, but it is something that I am looking to explore with our new town council. So I believe that we do, because it is public property, although there is a value to the vegetation on the private property. And so there would just be some type of notification to that homeowner that we would want to make sure that we followed that process before actually doing the work ourselves.
Now, I asked the question because, we always like to have both a carrot and a stick. Seems to me that's the stick, it's like trim it, or we'll trim it for you.
Right, and trimming it with some type of chargeback so that the resident would be responsible for those costs incurred. So yes, I think that's a really good point, and I will work on that with town council.
Great, thank you so much.
So one of my work colleagues is a landscape architect. At the time, he was, I believe, the president of the Boston Society of Landscape Architects. And the Boston Globe covered a story where he was cited for not trimming his own hedges. I think this is more an example of, when you live at the property and you most likely either drive or, you're accessing your house from a certain standpoint, not the standpoint that everybody else, walks by your property. You just, you don't see it. It grows, very slowly, and then all of a sudden it just it overwhelms. He took it like a like a good champ, because it was pretty funny, the article. Any other questions? Miriam.
I actually just want to elevate there's a comment from Scott and Inanion in the Q&A. I don't exactly understand it, but I'm going to read it if that's okay.
Sure. And before you do, I'll just say that I asked Devin to copy it and send it to both Aaron and Joe Callanan.
Oh, great. Okay. So do I need to read it, or would you rather?
You can read it aloud.
Okay, great. So Scott has brought up in the Q&A, he says probably not directly related to the present regulations, but one of the hottest days recently, the issue of whether a shade canopy was, quote, obstructing the public way came up during the Brookline Starbucks union action. And he was hoping you could address that explicitly. I don't actually think I understand the question, but if everyone else understands it, then.
I didn't really understand it either.
I will sort back with Scott and.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So we do need to vote?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. Any comments before I move the language that Aaron has provided to us? Seeing none, I will move approval to adopt the sidewalk obstruction regulations as presented by the Commissioner of Public Works. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much, Aaron.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay. And next we have civilian complaint policy and procedures. Linda Roseman and Judy Fabricant from the PCAC.
Good evening, Select Board and attendees. I'm Linda Roseman, Police Commissioners Advisory Committee Chair for about 10 more days. Judy Fabricant and I are here tonight to present you with the PCAC's revised edition of the Civilian Complaints Policies and Procedures, which we hope you have had time to read. As you know, this document needs the approval of the Police Commissioners, also known as the Select Board. The PCAC convened for the very first time exactly 1 year ago. In that time, we have stood up 3 working groups. The one Judy led to revise the complaints policy, Paul Yee's group, which is looking at the policy on traffic stops, and the third led by Kristen Singleton to look at how data collection and reporting affect people of color. I'm proud of the work we've done, and I am grateful for the opportunity I was given by you to get this important committee off the ground. I'm going to turn things over to Judy.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. Before I say anything about this report, I'd like to say that I really wish we could talk Linda out of leaving the committee and leaving the role as chair. She has been an outstanding chair, and I think it's largely attributable to her that it's been a very productive committee. But I think that's a futile endeavor. I think she has made up her mind, so I'll stop there on that point. The report that I hope you've all had a chance to read, maybe we can share it. Is that something Devin can do? So that it's visible?
If you have it, Devin can give you sharing privileges.
Okay, I do have it. I'm just gonna get it in front of me. Okay, so.
And then look down at the bottom of the Zoom screen and see if you see a green box with an arrow that says share.
Yes. Okay, let's see. I do see it, but I don't see how it is. Here it is. Maybe this is it.
Yeah, what it does is when you click that, it'll then choose like a bunch of windows that are open. You have to click the window that you want. Yeah, we can see it.
You can see it.
Yes, although it's a little, oh, there we go. Yeah, much better.
Okay, let me close this. So that's not in the way. Okay, so you can all see it. Okay, so I'm just gonna go through it. I know you've had a chance to read it, so I don't want to go through it in more detail than necessary, but I'll just go through it. The first page tells you what it is, and I think it's important to understand what it is. So Police Department General Order 34.2, which is part of the Police Department's Policies and Procedures Manual, that part of it talks about civilian complaints. And it says at paragraph 17 that the police chief, assisted by 2 civilians appointed by this board, shall biennially provide the board and town meeting and the public with a report on the functioning of the police complaint procedures. Then the board's charge to the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee, our committee, includes among the tasks of our committee to prepare the periodic assessment of the functioning of the police complaint procedures as required by the civilian complaint policy. So taking those 2 provisions together, the function of providing the biannual report is assigned to the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee. So that's what this document is. It's our first report on the functioning of the civilian complaint procedure. The next page is an executive summary. I won't linger on that. It just summarizes what follows. So then on page 3, we have the beginning of a rather detailed summary of the Police Department civilian complaint procedure.
Bernard, can you mute yourself, please?
So we have a detailed summary, which I won't go through in further detail, but I've spent a lot of time on it. So if there are questions on it, we can certainly talk about it. It's a procedure that provides safeguards both for the individual making complaint and for the person complained against. It has a number of procedures to encourage and facilitate complaints and to assist the person who's making a complaint. It provides for all complaints to be investigated by the internal affairs officer. The internal affairs officer has the rank of lieutenant. The person in that position has special training to conduct such investigations. The person in that position reports only to the chief and the select board so that that person has a degree of independence, obviously not complete independence because that position reports to the chief as well as the select board, but it's a level of independence that other people within the command structure of the police department do not have. It provides that each complaint is to be classified at the very beginning according to level of seriousness. There are 4 levels. The most serious level is called serious. It's for allegations of excessive force, malicious arrest, unreasonable deprivations of rights, bias based on protected class, corruption, untruthfulness, commission of a felony, and rule violation warranting more than a 5-day suspension. There are provisions requiring very prompt handling of a complaint that's classified as serious. The complainant needs to be interviewed within 72 hours at any reasonable location, including by telephone, if that's the preference of the complainant. The investigation needs to include interviews of all identified witnesses. The complainant and any witnesses are entitled to have a representative present during interviews. They're asked to read and sign their statements. The complainant has the right to have the interview recorded if the complainant chooses. The accused officer is interviewed after the complaint. And I should say, I've used the word officer in various places in this report, but the policy applies to civilian personnel as well as officers. The accused is interviewed after the complainant and after receiving notice of the allegations and may have counsel or a union representative present and must not contact the complainant. The second level of seriousness is any other violation of law, rule, or policy or discourteous conduct or language. This also has provisions regarding timing. The complainant needs to be interviewed within 1 week. The complainant is invited to the station for an interview or can be interviewed by telephone if the complainant prefers. Again, the accused officer is interviewed in the same manner and is subject to the same prohibition on contact with the complainant. The third category, Class C, are complaints that address the appropriateness of department policies or procedures rather than the conduct of any officer. And in such cases, the person who receives the complaint explains the policy or procedure, but nevertheless takes a formal complaint if the complainant chooses. And then Class D are complaints that are clearly frivolous or for other reasons do not merit disciplinary action. The internal affairs officer makes a preliminary determination resolving any doubt in favor of a higher classification. For a Class A complaint, again, the most serious category, the internal affairs officer provides a copy of the complaint and any incident reports to the chief, and the chief immediately provides those materials to the members of the select board to be kept confidential. The internal affairs officer may attempt to mediate Class A or B complaints with the approval of the chief, and any agreements reached in mediation are subject to the approval of both the chief and the select board. The policy provides that the internal affairs officer investigates all complaints with the same degree of professional competence as is devoted to a criminal investigation and uses all lawful investigation techniques as are available for a criminal investigation. There are timelines for investigations. The investigation must be completed and the results reported to the chief within 30 days, subject to extension by the chief and the select board. There are specifications as to what the report needs to include, and the report needs to include findings on the allegations. The findings fall into the categories of unfounded, that is, that the investigation revealed that the alleged conduct did not occur; exonerated, that is, that the alleged conduct occurred but was reasonable and proper; not sustained, meaning the allegation cannot be proven or disproven; sustained, meaning that the investigation indicates sufficient evidence to support the allegation; mediated, meaning that the parties have agreed to a proposed disposition; filed, meaning that no action is necessary or possible at this time. And in the course of discussions, I learned that that tends to occur in situations where the complainant is not willing to be interviewed, or that kind of situation where the investigation just cannot proceed, so that it's filed. It can be revived later on if there's reason to do that. If the internal affairs officer recommends that the allegation be sustained or not sustained, the report that goes to the chief and the select board includes a history of any similar complaints against the same officer, so that the report can be considered in the context of the question of whether there has been a pattern of similar types of complaints with respect to the same officer. The complainant and the officer each receive a copy of the report subject to certain redactions, and they both have an opportunity to comment to the chief, including with additional witness statements within 10 days. The chief may make a decision to return the matter to the internal affairs officer for further investigation, or may prepare the chief's own report of the final disposition, which may include any disciplinary action, or may make a referral to the department's early intervention program, which is described as a progressive program of training, counseling, and discipline. The chief's report is then transmitted to the select board through the town administrator. At this stage, it's kept confidential. The administrator conducts a first review. The administrator may change the classification subject to approval of the select board, may return the matter to the chief for further investigation, and must provide an interim report to the select board at least 1 week before completion of the review, and must complete the review within 30 days for Class A, within 15 days for Class B and C, unless extended for good cause. After receiving the administrator's review, the select board may return the matter to the chief for further investigation, or may decide to retain special counsel to conduct further investigation. Either party, that is, a complainant who is not satisfied with the outcome of the complaint, or an officer who is not satisfied with the outcome of the complaint and who is subject to discipline, may appeal to the select board. And in that case, the select board conducts a hearing. And the hearing may or may not be public, depending on whether the select board chooses to conduct it in executive session. But the select board's authority to do that is limited to situations in which the select board is going to discuss the discipline or dismissal of, or complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual, and the individual has the right to insist that the hearing be public. And there are specific provisions in the policy, some of which are required by law, with respect to the conduct of the hearing. So that's an overall summary of the complaint process. The internal affairs officer provides monthly and annual reports to the chief of all complaints and of the status of investigations. In 2021, which was the last full year in which we have information, the department's annual report reports 4 complaints. So there were 4 formal complaints submitted to the police department in 2021. And this report provides some details about the nature of those complaints and the outcome of them. None of them led to a hearing before the select board. So this report, the report of our committee, is mandated to evaluate the effectiveness of the police complaint process. And of course, that's a challenging task. And I think the first, looking at the complaint process on its face, it seems to be accessible, thorough, timely, and fair. The complaint form is readily available on the police department website. The form uses clear and simple language, and the website offers translation in multiple languages. The process, as I said, provides safeguards both for the complainant and for the officer, protects privacy to the extent permissible by law, and of course there are limitations on that. It provides for a full investigation. So on its face, again, it seems to be fair. As to how it functions in practice, of course, that's much more difficult to evaluate. I think we start,
Judy,
yes.
I'm just going to interrupt because we're about an hour behind schedule. We had a hearing scheduled for 7. So can you kind of wrap it up?
Yes, yes. So I think the big question that is difficult to evaluate is whether we only have 4 because the public is satisfied with the police, or whether we only have 4 because people don't know how to complain, or they don't trust the process, or they don't have confidence in it. That is a big question, and it's very difficult to evaluate. This report suggests various ways that we might gather more kinds of information and evaluate it in the future. And this report is the first report of our committee. I think as we proceed and we're able to submit further reports, we should be in a better position to address that question more directly. Our report makes a number of recommendations. The recommendations are set forth beginning on page 5. It recommends some changes to the police department policy that are set out in detail. It recommends with respect to the 2 other town policies, and our mandate is to look at it in conjunction with other town investigation policies. There are 2 others that are detailed here. With respect to those 2 others, the concern that we've expressed in this report is that there could be competing investigations, overlapping investigation. That poses risks to the town that I suggest could be mitigated by those policies expressly calling for coordination among those departments. And then at the very end, it makes some recommendations as to what the committee should do, what the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee should do. And I should tell you that those things have already been done. So that's the overall summary. And of course, we will issue another report in 2 years. And I welcome any questions anyone wants to ask.
Mike Salmon has his hand up.
Thanks, Heather. I think Judy, first of all, that's a report, the written report, and what you've just presented is very helpful and very thorough. Though, at the risk of opening a can of worms, you mentioned that there are 2 other structures or procedures within the town, and there's been a great deal of discussion, of course, about the Commission on Diversity, Inclusion and Community Relations having investigative authority. Did you have any discussions with them in sort of 30 seconds or less? If you could give us the substance of those, that would be very helpful.
Yes, so I spoke with Lloyd Jalino, and I want to give credit to Lloyd Jalino, to Chuck Thornton at the Police Department, and Braga at the HR Department, and to Michael Downey in Town Council's office, all of whom were very helpful in preparing this report. I did speak with Lloyd Jalino, and I also spoke with Ann Braga, who is responsible for the investigative process that occurs through the HR Department. And with both of them, my sense is that they work very hard to coordinate with other town departments that may be involved in any investigation. I know that the potential for overlapping and potentially conflicting investigations, I know has been discussed in many contexts. It is something that poses a risk to the town. I think all of those officials are very alert to coordinating with each other. The suggestion we make in this report is just that coordination process should be formalized in policy.
Thank you.
Miriam has her hand up.
Great. Thank you, Judy. Thank you to the committee and Linda for all the work that you've done. I have quite a few comments. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to put them out there. One of them I would just like clarified. The rest I'm just going to put out there for the committee to mull on, and maybe answer me later. But the one I want to clarify, I'll do first because that requires a response back. And that is the internal investigator, the internal affairs officer. That is a police officer, correct?
Yes.
So I'm going to just tag something for the committee to discuss is this might be an opportunity for the committee to discuss and potentially make a recommendation for some sort of civilian co-investigator. Because I think, again, when you start to think about, you only have 4 complaints. I really think it's hard to really draw, frankly, any conclusions based on that. And I think you acknowledge that as well in your report. It's just very surface. 4 complaints is just not enough. And so I think one of the things to discuss and think about, and there's probably some research out there on it, would be how do you share some of this work with a civilian, which people may be more comfortable going to. So something I don't want an answer now. I just want it to put it on your things to chew on. I would love to understand a little bit more. Scott brought this up earlier. What happens when a complaint is withdrawn? I find that very curious. That whole process, why do they withdraw a complaint? And is there still something to learn from a withdrawn complaint? Again, just something for the kind of our learning and thinking for the future. I would love to know what tools the investigative officer has. Can that investigative affairs officer subpoena people? Can they levy fines? Because this has been a big discussion in terms of conducting investigations. So I understand they can compel other police officers, but can they compel those outside of the police department? And then finally, outreach. When I see the list of recommendations, I think they're great. I especially agree with this idea that we have to coordinate and make sure we're not doing dual investigations. But I feel like what I'd love to see more of is outreach into the community. Hey, we have this process. Hey, if you've had this experience, I know people personally who have complaints who would hesitate very much to complain. And so maybe understanding that there are lots of different ways they can get in and maybe can still have some anonymity in that process. I think we have, again, like the sidewalk obstruction, I hate to make the parallel, but we have an obligation to actually really get out in the community and let people know about these processes and that they exist and that there are many ways in for them. I'd love to see more recommendations around that. Not that I'm not going to support this, but again, for things for the committee, for their future agenda, for more discussion. Thank you.
John.
Thanks. I want to second what Judy had to say about Linda and Linda Roseman. Thank you so much, Linda Roseman, for getting PCAC off to a great start. And thank you, Judy, for terrific report tonight and very thorough. Not much to add here to what's already been said by my colleagues on the board. I do think the multitude of complaint avenues is one of the major issues that we face. I do think coordinating with CDICR so that the work that they're doing on their own ongoing revision of the complaint process of complaints to CDICR is going to be extremely important. And I think the question that Miriam has raised is very important as to whether there needs to be some way of making sure that investigations by the Internal Affairs Officer themselves are, I won't say, monitored might be too strong a word, but there has to be, I think, a periodic check just to make sure that the results of those investigations are absolutely sound and not in any way tilted in favor of the police. And I know that I don't want to cause any consternation in the police department that I'm suggesting that they can't be trusted, but I think it's kind of a trust but verify issue, if you'll forgive my invoking that cliche. We need to be sure that the public comes forward, and they will come forward if they truly trust that the investigations will be impartial. And that's very important. And I think the work of the PCAC is helping to bring that about. So thank you.
May I take just a few seconds just to comment on something there?
Yes, but this whole thing has been like 40 minutes. So, and we still have stuff on our agenda. So please make it tight.
So one of the recommendations that the report makes is that the PCAC should receive the monthly report that goes from the Internal Affairs Officer to the chief with identifying information redacted, so that the committee can review it. And for exactly the reasons that you say, the committee can form a conclusion about, at least based on the information there, whether it appears to be fair and unbiased and reasonable on the facts.
Great. Bernard, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just want to make a statement. I agree with everyone who's praised Linda's hard work, and she's been incredible. And we look forward to Judy's work on the committee. With respect to the issue of the IAO, I'm sorry, I'm on a train and there's some background. With respect to the IAO being someone outside the department, the unintended consequence of that is that person won't have the ability to really get people in line if there is a problem that he or she has identified. To have someone outside the department just creates a weak system of imposing discipline and creates way more problems than you think that you're overcoming. And the role of the PCAC should be to provide that outside assessment of whether the complaints that have been reviewed by the IAO are complete, accurate, and et cetera. And so far, the complaints I've read that Paul Campbell in particular has prepared, no one can question the integrity of those reports. And if you think you can, you should ask to read some of them. I think they can be redacted. And you'll see how thorough and how well written his reports are, and how they deal with the complaints in a way that should satisfy anyone. So that's just my statement there. Thank you.
I'm going to respectfully disagree, because that logic basically would prevent anyone in HR from recommending any discipline or investigating anything, because HR is a separate department from all other departments. But
I'm not sure that applies, but anyway.
I was just trying to follow your logic. But I think this is a conversation for another time. And Miriam, you have your, were you going to say anything, or?
I mean, I'm going to agree. I think it's a conversation for another time, but I think you missed the point, Bernard, which is that there are people who don't feel comfortable with only internal investigation by a police officer, and people will not complain because of that. And so I'm trying to think about solutions. And I think most importantly is, my guess is there's data out there to help us answer the question of if that's the way to go and what's the best way to go. And I'm just encouraging the committee to look into that very specifically.
Yeah, And my point was just to identify potential unintended consequences of that approach.
Okay.
Right.
This has been a very good presentation. Thank you so much for walking us through the report and all the work that went into it. I'm very pleased to see the work of this committee. So thank you. We have to move on.
Thank you.
I think we need the select board to approve.
Oh,
it.
do we have to vote to
Yeah.
adopt? Okay, thank you for for doing that. So I will move adoption of the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee revised civilian complaint policy and procedures as presented here tonight and in their report. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you again. And we will miss you, Linda. Okay, inflammables license hearing that was originally scheduled for 7 p.m. My sincerest apologies to Evan. Good evening, Evan. Which parking lot are we talking about here tonight?
I'm sorry, what was that one?
Which park are we talking about tonight?
We're talking about 20 Boylston Street in Brookline. It's on Route 9 inbound. And we were applying for the flammable storage license on an underground parking lot that has 24 spaces.
Is this new or old?
It's new.
Oh, it's new. Okay.
Yep.
It's where the Duncan used to be on Route 9. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Google
Okay.
Street View for the win.
Excellent. Anyone here from the fire department? Oh, yes. Colin. Hello.
Good evening, all. How are you?
Very good.
Good. We have no problem with issuing this permit to Evan.
Well, it is right next to one of our firehouses, right? So
Yes.
if anything happens.
Yeah.
Evan, how are you?
Close enough. Great. How are you?
Good.
Excellent. Any questions for these two gentlemen? Seeing none, this is like something from another time. Something that I wish we could delegate. Okay, so I will move approval of this inflammables license. Oh, it's a public hearing. So are there any members of the public who wish to be heard on this license request?
This time there are 21 attendees. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, I will close the public hearing. And if there are no objections, I will move approval for the application for an inflammables license at 20 Boylston Street, Massachusetts for the keeping, storage, and use of 24 automobiles at the old Duncan location. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye, and need to take about a 5-minute break, Heather. I'm going to have to attend to something here.
Okay. And the chair votes aye. Thank you both for your patience.
No problem. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Next up is a few things from our planning department. Kara Bruton.
Good evening. I'm Kara Bruton, Director of Planning and Community Development. The first item I'm here tonight to discuss is Fisher Hill West. So this is the 3.2 acres of municipal property that the town acquired in 2020. I want to start by thanking Select Board Member Bernard Green for initiating this discussion with the Select Board earlier this summer, including a draft scope that documented studies that had already been completed as well as asking important questions like how will the study be funded? So in your packets is a revised draft with some funding sources reflected in that draft. And it also reflects discussions that I've had with Deputy Town Administrator Melissa Goff, our economic development planner, Victor Pcac, who is also here with us tonight. He will be the project manager for this committee and also worked on the previous iteration of the Newberry Committee, so has some background on the site. The draft scope also includes conversations with School Superintendent Guillory, Director of Public Buildings, Charlie Simmons, and our Chief Information Officer, Feng Yang. Tonight, I'm not looking for any votes on this, on the Fisher Hill West site topic, but I am looking for some direction on some larger questions that are identified in the draft. And then my hope is to come back to you in the coming weeks once you decide some things like whether a member of the select board would be on the committee or rather be a liaison to this committee, and how you would like to do a call of potential volunteers. I'm guessing through Devin Field's office. We'll kind of take it from there after tonight. So I'm going to share my screen for a brief presentation, just to orient and remind everybody about the property. Sorry. Okay. So there's 4 big questions that I'm asking you all tonight, and they don't all have to be answered tonight, nor it's also true that your answers can change as this committee gets going. But the big question is, are there any municipal or school uses the select board would like to identify at the outset as a priority for the committee and the general public to understand kind of where you're coming from, how you're entering this kind of thought of what we should do with this property? Secondly, Melissa Goff and I would like to know whether there's any initial capital budget cap that you might be thinking as far as uses for this property, either in the short term or in the long term, or any other guidance that you'd like to give the committee for them to keep in mind as they start their work. It would be great to hear whether there's about how many use options you would like the committee to come back to you with for you to maybe narrow those options further. And then finally, and again, this doesn't have to be decided anytime soon, but would help the committee kind of figure out how this process is going to be headed, whether you anticipate offering, one final decision or 2 or 3 options to town meeting or the general voters. That could be just through what has to get done through town meeting, through budget and that kind of thing, or it could be as a non-binding ballot question or a resolution to town meeting. Whether you want to get any kind of further guidance from a broader group before deciding on a single use. So with those questions in mind, a reminder what we're talking about. The 3 acres is on the west side of Fisher Avenue. That includes 110, 124, and 150 Fisher Avenue. 110 and 124 make up a parking lot that's next to the newer parking lot next to the new park, and 150 Fisher Avenue is a student center that is actively being used today by our Public Buildings Division as well as our Information Technology Department. 146 Hyslop Road is a former administrative building that faces Hyslop Road, although has quite a significant parking lot behind and connects to the other parking lots. So this is just an aerial view of the west side, these same properties showing the 2 buildings that make up in those parcels. And as I mentioned, at 150 Fisher Avenue, this is a photo from the rear parking lot. The space is currently being used for the Public Buildings Division, as well as that IT department. They are using a relatively small amount of space, but very important space that they don't have access to anywhere else in town, because as they and public buildings have been pushed out while schools have been renovated. And what IT uses this space for is for deployment of computers for town and school employees and other equipment. We're on a kind of a lease program. So as computers get returned and then get redeployed every couple of years, there's all kinds of security and software formatting that has to happen that IT takes care of for all of us. And then finally, a third use that's been identified, that's already a temporary space that's being used and does need some kind of permanent solution, is a space at my Modney's Clark Road campus. And the public schools of Brookline are currently using that for BEEP classrooms, but the permanent piece of it that they need a location for related to this property is workspace for 35 of their administrators. As Bernard pointed out earlier this summer, a lot of work has been done kind of on an initial basis with an Icon Architects group and others that have looked at different concept plans. I'm just going to show you a couple. For example, one of the options that was looked at early on was a combination of building department, rec department, and town school administration needs, basically reusing, the building, as well as adding some additional park open space opportunities. And there was, as you can see here, many options that were studied by Icon Architecture as a kind of initial ideas, and those included some cost estimates. So this one example, a couple of years ago now, ranged at somewhere between 23 and 29 million. And one of the kind of on the higher end of options that were looked at initially was a multi-story indoor recreation facility, which would include much needed gym space for the rec department, after school program ideas, perhaps even a pool. And a range of a project like that is somewhere, above $50 million, 50 to 75 million. So those are just two examples of potential municipal and school uses that have been already studied for this site, but there's many more. All of our departments have identified additional space needs that they have. Certainly that's true. So those are the 4 questions I have for you tonight. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. These questions are also kind of highlighted in yellow in the information packets that are in your packages tonight.
Thank you, Kara. Boy, we don't often get these existential questions. So can you actually keep sharing to have those 4 questions up? I'd be interested to know how my other select board members feel about whether we kind of identify needed uses and prioritize those before we even start this process.
Heather, can I speak?
Yeah, Bernard.
Yeah. I'm at a disadvantage, of course, because I can't see the screen. But from the report, the excellent report that Kara did, I think we have to just be careful about predetermining, what the committee's outcome is going to be. So I don't think we should set priorities at this point, other than to just identify things we want the committee to think about without prioritizing. And the second thing is the $50 million cap. I think it should be thought about carefully, because that could exclude some fairly useful and creative public-private partnership projects that could address a lot of the issues that would cost, or that would cost more than $50 million, but it could be limited to $50 million of public monies. Now, I haven't thought that through carefully. I don't know what all the the impediments to that are, but I don't want to preclude us looking at that possibility. And the yeah, so I guess those are my concerns. We can't predetermine or limit in advance the conclusions that the committee is going to come up with. So.
Mike Salmon, and then Miriam,
yes,
and then John.
I'm going to say I have bit of the opposite view with regard to a cap. I think that it's very important to say that there's a very firm cap on the public side. Although I think Bernard's point about, well, if we had a public-private partnership, that would be that wanted to spend more money, as long as our portion of it was under a certain amount, that would be fine. But we're about to go into a substantial debt exclusion override first for fire stations on the order of $60 million, and for the Pierce School for substantially more than that. And we've already been told by the advisory committee in its finance committee role that we're pushing the limits in terms of what Brookline's debt should be. So I would say things that involve $50 or $75 million for indoor athletic facilities or something of that sort are just not affordable at this point until we get really quite a lot of debt off of the books, and that happens over time. I do think that it's much more sensible for, in answer to Kara's questions, much more sensible for us to offer a single option to town meeting. We'd like some help from the committee, obviously, to figure out what that option should be. So if you wanted to give us 4 or 5, then that would be great. But the idea of going to town meeting with 2 or 3 options, multiple options, just boggles the mind as to how that debate would go. So those are my 2 comments.
Miriam and then John.
Thank you, Kara. I guess the first is I would just want to make sure it's not on here in the questions, but maybe it is kind of a little bit, which is I would love to make sure the committee has lots of opportunities for public input. I want to actually hear what the public wants. Like, what I want is what the public wants. And I want to be very mindful of 2 things, which is we generally have a small group of very vocal folks. And I'd like to really make sure we get out and get the opinions of people who might use this, who aren't in that typical, group of people who know how to access us and tell us what they want. The second thing I'm actually mindful of is the lack of public transportation to this site. And so, like, in my mind, I would love, what the Croc centers are? I would love this to be like a Croc center, right? They are these kind of like these multi-use rec centers that really speaks to families and communities from all levels, from little kids to seniors. And you could still roll in administrative and school and right. And actually that it might be an opportunity for a public-private partnership, as Bernard pointed out too. So I'd love to model or get some idea, if we have there's any opportunities to do something similar to a Croc Center. But I'm very mindful that if we build something like that there, we have to think about how people will access it. So I just want that to be a part of the conversation. I think that's, in terms of the, what Mike said about town meeting, 100%, come to us with choices and then we present one thing to town meeting. And how many use options? I guess I don't have an answer for that. I think, the tension is how do we really use the space to optimize the space in terms of efficiency, but also in terms of, making it useful to the people, to Brookline, not just the town administrator or the schools, but a little bit of everything. I'm a big fan if we can make it work for a little bit of everything. I think that's it. Thank you.
John?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I want to second, especially what Mike Sandman said about the advisory committee and this question of, a budget. I'm going to say a capital borrowing ceiling. We need to know what the ceiling is, because I think we're bumping up against it already. I know we're going to bump up against it if the Pierce School project is approved at its proposed currently estimated amount, plus the fire stations. And so I love to invite people to present us their wish lists and let's have a community-wide process. What would you like it to be? What would you like it to be? First, we need to know what are the limits on how much we can spend on a project there. And that gets back to this question of, what is the ceiling, and are we going to be actually bumping up against it sometime soon, regardless of any additional projects, just with the projects already, in the pipeline. Second, I'd love to see this committee consider how can we use this property to actually realize some savings. When we bought it, and I was one of the, I frankly was a very early advocate for buying it, and I worked very hard along with some other people, Bernard and others, to get the public to approve buying it. I'm really glad we bought it. But I want to remind people we've already spent, somebody help me with the number. Was it 14 million, 15 million, 16 million? For the property.
14.9 from what I
14.9.
remember.
Thank you very much, Heather. And we need to be thinking about how can we make use of that investment in that property to realize savings somewhere else. Perfect example. If it should turn out that people say we need to re-up the lease at Maimonides because we don't know how we're going to do the Pierce project if we don't still have the space at Maimonides, my answer would be, at least in part, has anyone looked at using the Fisher Hill property? I think there are ways that we could actually maybe save some money by, very careful use of this property, in ways that actually has a net savings result. One more example, you noticed at the beginning of the presentation that there are 4 pieces to the property. Well, maybe one of those pieces actually could be sold off for some development. And I just want to, as a conclusion to all of this, remind people of what's going up across the street from this property. It is a project that will result in a sort of high-end senior living complex, a very ambitious one that is going to yield very significant tax revenues to the town. And thank goodness, that's happening. But maybe we should also be thinking about how we can take the piece that we then bought from the developer of that senior living facility and find other ways to realize a little bit more tax revenue for the town, because that's where we have the crying need right now. And in the area of blue sky projects, we don't have a lot of room to maneuver right now. That's just a word of caution.
So Mike, you have your hand up. Was that a holdover?
Sorry, that's just left over. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good points from the select board members. I do disagree on a couple of points. Let me just kind of try to frame it so that you can follow my logic. I've been really chewing on this, whether or not we should identify a couple of uses at the outset that we are pretty aware we need right now. We are doing a lot of school projects, and swing space, we spend a lot of time, or not a lot of time, a lot of money on contracts for that space. And so this could be used, to address that issue. We certainly know that we are in desperate need of a lot of recreation facilities due to the master plan. So there's a bunch of stuff that we already know that we need that has gone through a lot of public process. So I guess, unlike the other select board members, I think that it would be interesting to have kind of 2 approaches, and then we could kind of figure out which approach we really want to get behind. One approach would be take the very fiscally conservative approach, which is doing the thing that saves us the most money in the long run. Like, how much are we spending on swing school space? How much are we spending on other things that we could then build and bring in house and have on hand? Could we do a public-private partnership? Like the best use of trying to bring our costs down using this property. Then the other use would be taking like the values that we've seen coming out of town meeting. So more housing, a swimming pool, you, a soccer field, like take a lot of the stuff that we've seen that a lot of people have advocated for and try to price out what that would actually look like. And I guess I'm not that worried about going to town meeting with two different versions, because I feel like when we get behind one version, it gets really oversimplified. Whereas if you have two versions, you then actually have to talk about trade-offs. You have something to compare it to. So I'm not as opposed to going in with a couple of different versions to see, what's the appetite of not only town meeting but townwide voters. If we're going to go to townwide voters to request a sum of money above $10 million, I think we need to go to townwide voters for this question, and not just town meeting. But that's a ways off. I think we have to pay attention to the first two questions, and then we can start to address the other two questions once we have a better handle of the first two questions. Mike?
Now Kara must be thoroughly confused, having heard a huge range of opinions here. And I would suggest, I think it might make sense for us to think about this a little bit and come back to you, perhaps have another talk about this very same question as you get things organized, because you really don't want the committee to run off in all of the directions that we've specified. And so we need to help, basically. We need to get our own thoughts together. So perhaps we can do some work on that and not end up sounding quite so scattered.
A agenda item for our retreat.
Indeed, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. Good call, Michael. Any other comments before we go to the second agenda item that Kara is here for this evening?
First of all, just thank you for that great start in the conversation there. When we do seek public input, it is so important for us to say what kind of input we're seeking, and that be input that we will actually use to make a decision. And so, I didn't hear 5 select board members tonight saying, well, we know we're going to use it for X anyways. So that's good. But the more you all could be on the similar page of what kind of specific feedback we want to get, then the more transparent and honest we can be as we're doing that community outreach. So thank you for starting this conversation. Okay, so next, I think is a little bit more straightforward, I hope. There's a memo in your packets about the Planning Process Study Committee. And this is a committee that will primarily help the planning department as well as town meeting understand what the scope should be for including public process, for revising our comprehensive plan, as well as doing kind of a whole zoning reform after that comp plan is finished or is finishing up. This is, you might remember, warrant Article 26, which was a resolution last fall. And I do want to thank Linda Olson-Pelkey, who is one of the authors of that resolution, in helping me draft the committee charge that's in front of you, as well as I asked Select Board member Mike Sandman to take a look as well. And that those kind of two main folks are reflected in the charges in front of you. I can go through kind of generally what the scope is, but it's pretty straightforward. Unlike the other one, we're looking for this committee to help define what the scope of this 2 or 3 year process should be. And the planning department especially is looking for feedback and assistance on kind of scoping out the public process piece of it because that will likely be a budget driver for this multi-year project. I think I'm going to just stop there and see if you have any questions. I will note that on the last page, I think we have 13 people that have already volunteered to serve on this committee. We have, so I feel like we have some really good voices that are willing to get going on this effort, but wondering if you have any questions on the draft.
Any, Miriam? You'll have to unmute.
Hey, that's what, only the second time tonight. So I guess my only outlines a comprehensive planning process, but that includes but is not limited to incorporates perspectives from a full spectrum of stakeholders. And I just wonder if if we should list some of these potential stakeholders so that we're on the same page who those stakeholders are, because I have a feeling some of the folks I think should be there, maybe some of the folks on this who are already listed as interested in this committee are not thinking about putting on there, right? So it might be helpful for me. And I agree with the not limited to, so if there are stakeholders we don't list, they could be added, but I think it might be nice to actually make sure we have some clear idea of who we think these stakeholders are. Thank you.
Kara, what do you think about starting to list out that, or did you want to keep it flexible?
I would I would recommend keeping this charge broad, saying we want the committee to come up with a full spectrum of stakeholders, but then also, hopefully we'll have a select board member on this committee and having, some frequent conversation back with the select board so that they don't get too far along and forget, major groups that you all think should be identified. Or we could start including them. My concern is that if we start including some, we might get stuck before we even get started about, well, you didn't include my group. And so that's my recommendation.
I think that's fair. I think you understand my concern. So I guess as long as that concern is highlighted, a committee like this can easily be weighted with one particular lens, and I just don't want that to happen.
I agree. And on one of the, I think the third page, my recommendations to you all as you start thinking about who you would like on this committee, I'm hoping that this committee, again, this just defining the scope, not actually doing the whole process for over a couple of years, should consist of 5 to 9 members. But you'll see there I have in italics, recommending a process that can be successful and not advocacy for potential outcomes. And I'm recommending to you all that the committee does include at least one select board member and one planning board member, since both boards have to adopt this and have to be a part of, making sure that it's successful over the coming years. But yeah, I hear you, Miriam. That's a concern of mine as well.
Have we assigned a select board member to this yet?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So I'll be in touch with all of you about who's interested and who actually has the time. Any other questions?
Do you all feel comfortable voting on the charge tonight?
I feel comfortable. How do other people feel? Okay.
I feel comfortable.
So I will move approval of the planning process committee charge as presented by the Director of Planning and Community Development, Kara Bruton. All those in favor? Say aye. Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Marion?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much, Kara.
Thanks, guys.
And so the last item on our agenda are a bunch of board and commission appointments. We have had a lot of interviews over the past several months, and a lot of our members from commissions and boards have expressed that they want to continue to serve. So I have a bunch of motions to offer here this evening. Let's start with the Preservation Commission. Are there any questions or concerns before I start this? Okay. I'll try to go slowly so that if at any moment you need to interrupt, we can stop and have a conversation. Preservation Commission. David King is serving. He is up. He would like to be renewed for a 3-year term expiring in 2025. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye. Yes.
John?
Yes.
Miriam?
Yes.
Mike?
Aye, or yes?
And the chair votes aye. Next, we have Conservation Commission. This is also reappointments of 2 members who have expressed that they would like to continue to serve. Pamela Harvey and Samuel Burrington, both for 3-year terms expiring in 2025. Any objections before I move those 2 people for reappointment? Seeing none, I move the reappointment for Pamela Harvey and Samuel Burrington to the Conservation Commission for a 3-year term. All those in favor? Bernard?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Miriam?
Yes.
Mike? Was that an aye? I didn't hear it.
Aye.
Okay. And the chair votes aye. Oh, an associate member. Okay. For also the Conservation Commission. Marion Lazar would like to be reappointed. She is currently an associate member for a 3-year term expiring in 2025. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The Building Commission. George Cole is up for reappointment for a 3-year term expiring in 2025. I've had the pleasure of serving with George Cole, and I find him to be very professional. All those in favor of his reappointment? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Yes, with special pleasure. Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The Human Resources Board. I move a reappointment for Edward D'Angelo and Gerald Raphael for a 3-year terms expiring in 2025. Any questions about those 2 reappointments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Economic Development Advisory Board, otherwise known as EDAB. A couple of reappointments. Ken Lewis, Tom Nally, and Marilyn Newman are all up for reappointment for 3-year terms expiring in 2025. I've had the distinct pleasure of serving with Marilyn Newman. She was on the Land Bank Study Committee. Really great pleasure to work with her. So I'm enthusiastic about her reappointment. Any concerns about these 3 EDAB members before I move for them to be reappointed? Seeing none. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So the next to come on our list is Parks and Recreation. We had a number of people interview and express interest for this. There are unfortunately only 2 vacancies, and we have more than 2 applicants. So what I'll do is take motions from select board members, and we will see who gets at least 3 votes. Miriam?
I would like to move Lauren Bernard for one of the positions.
Okay, so we will take Lauren Bernard first. All those in favor of Lauren Bernard for
Shouldn't we get a full list of nominations first?
Devin sent that to you in the packet.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me. So, okay, let's go.
Okay. Lauren Bernard, all those in favor, Bernard?
No.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. John, do I see your hand up?
You do indeed. I would like to nominate Jim Carroll. And just to say a quick word on Jim's behalf, I think one of the things that the commission needs right now is continuity, because a couple of the more veteran members are moving on. And, you know, one of them is John Bain, who I said some very kind words and well-deserved words about several weeks ago. 30 years on the Park and Rec Commission, several years as chair, just an amazing record of service, but he has chosen to move on. Wendy Sheridan Ames has chosen to move on. Jim Carroll has served previously, stepped aside briefly, but then circumstances changed and he was able to offer himself again. And I just think he's an extremely worthy, he's already proven himself in his past service. And I think he more than deserves to be appointed again.
Okay. So we'll take Jim Carroll up next. All those in favor, please say aye. Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So those are the 2 positions that were open. They have now been filled. At this time, I would like to do something a little unconventional. We had a high schooler apply for consideration, and I know there is some concern about him attending the meetings because he's in school during the day and he's got practice in the evening. So at this time, I would like to create the role of associate non-voting member to give him an opportunity to prove whether or not he can fit this into his schedule and attend meetings. It would just be for a 1-year appointment so that we can reevaluate and make a decision at that point as to whether or not we found this to be useful. And the Parks and Recreation Commission found it to be useful. So his name is Jason, oh gosh, Ribat, I think. So I would like to move his name for consideration for an appointment for a 1-year term as an associate member of the Parks and Recreation Commission. All those in favor? Did we lose Bernard?
He's working on getting back. He wanted the record to show that he voted for Jim Carroll.
Okay, we did hear him.
Good.
So all those in favor, John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Yes, absolutely love it. Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The next 2, I think, are also reappointments. So the Housing Advisory Board, Jenny Raitt and Pam Goodman are up. They have both expressed interest for continuing to serve. They have been very active contributors to this board, which I serve on the select board's behalf. So I'm enthusiastic about their reappointment for 3-year terms expiring in 2025. All those in, Miriam, did you want to say anything?
I really just have to give a shout out to Jenny Raitt because of the work on the ARPA committee, and just a huge shout out. So there it is, shout out done.
That's how she got on my radar, quite frankly.
So amazing.
So all those in favor, John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Bernard, we're voting on the Housing Advisory Board reappointments, Pam Goodman and Jenny Raitt.
I'll vote aye.
Okay, and the
Did
chair
you hear
votes
me?
aye.
Okay.
Yes, we did. Welcome
I
back.
apologize. I'm losing service every once in a while.
No worry. We are like, I think we are 2 votes away from adjourning. So Small Business Development Committee, I will move appointment of David Lashinsky to a 3-year term expiring in 2025. For those that may not know, David is the president of the Coolidge Corner Merchants Association. He is also the owner of Eureka's Puzzles, very active in the Coolidge Corner business community. Any questions before I move that? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? Bernard? Oh, did we lose him again? Okay. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And then last but certainly not least, at least one appointment for the Commission on Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. We've had a number of applicants for this, and we have lots of vacancies. So at this time, I would like to move appointment of Spencer Holt to a 3-year term expiring in 2025. All those in favor? I don't see Bernard. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That is the conclusion of our meeting here tonight on the 23rd. We won't be back for a while. I think September 13th is our next meeting. And there are at least 2 meetings that we won't have that fall on Jewish holidays. We will be in touch and post what we're doing about those 2 weeks. I think towards the end of September and the first week in October.
Right.
Okay. Well, thank you all.
See you at the retreat.